Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Colorado Rockies. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Monday evening to you, wherever you may be. Welcome to Game 1 of the three-game series between the Dodgers and Rockies. Last year, the Dodgers won 10 of 18. However, they won 7 of 9 here, and the Rockies won 6 of 9 in Denver. Tonight, the Rockies arrive here having lost 6 out of 8 and are now tied in first place for Arizona. As for the Dodgers, they are 2.5 games back. The Dodgers will rely on the left arm of Ted Lilly. Lilly's numbers against the Rockies are pretty impressive. He is 10-2 lifetime, 6-0 against them here at Dodger Stadium, and he has beaten them 4 straight times. On the mound for Colorado, a local boy from Fontana and from Reading, went to East Valley High School, and that would be Tyler Chatwood. Chatwood is 2-2 in his career with the Dodgers, 1-1 here. A lot of numbers, but a lot of baseball coming up right after this. Dodger Baseball on Prime Ticket is brought to you by the Hyundai Let's Go sales event now through April 30th. By AT&T UVerse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PICK-ATT. And by Jack in the Box. The Chipotle Chicken Club combo is back for a limited time.
Yesterday it was over 80. They're expecting temperatures in the high 50s. Hopefully the Dodger offense gets a little bit hot, and the Dodgers continue to stay warm. They've won 5 out of 7. Center field Jim Watson and Steve Lyons. The Rockies are in town for the first of 3. Colorado late getting to town. They had some airplane trouble, so they didn't get to bed in Los Angeles until 4 a.m., and because of it, a little tired today, they didn't even take BP. National League West is starting to tighten up as well. Take a look at your Kia standings. Now, Colorado started out winning 13 out of 17, but they've lost 6 out of their last 8. They're tied at the top right now, Arizona and Colorado. And look at the Dodgers now, just a half game back of San Francisco. Good news on Sunday was Clayton Kershaw was awesome, throwing 8 innings, no runs. He struck out 12 and didn't walk anyone. But, Steve, after the game, he left the clubhouse without talking to the media. We were told there was a family situation, and today Clayton Kershaw has been placed on the bereavement list. What does it mean, and what's the impact of that?
Well, basically, they can take him off the roster from 3 to 7 days and not have it affect the roster. They can bring someone else on. So they brought in Hanley Ramirez. Everybody's been waiting for this guy. Not in the starting lineup tonight, but he may get a chance to play. I would expect to see him at some point in the game. Clayton, obviously, bad news for his family. He says that he'll bring back the details with him, let everybody know what's going on when he comes back.
Where's Hanley going to play? Where's Hanley going to hit in the order?
Hanley's going to play shortstop as far as I know, and I'd hit him 5th. I'm pretty sure that's where they're going to use him.
And he's got to be in the lineup at least tomorrow night, right? Because it's his bobblehead night tomorrow night. Hanley Ramirez. Again, Arizona goes with Tyler Chatwood. And for the Dodgers, it's Ted Lilly, who made his first start in 11 months last Wednesday in New York and threw 5 very serviceable innings. Tonight, they need him to go a little bit deeper. It's the Rockies and the Dodgers, the first of 3. Enjoy the ball game. Steve and I will meet you back here after the final out.
Stadium in Game 1 of the 3-game series. And the big news here at Dodger Stadium tonight, almost electrifying, the fact that Hanley Ramirez, after 2 games in Rancho Cucamonga, is activated from the DL. You remember he was out with a bad thumb. To make room on the roster at least for a few days, Clayton Kershaw placed on the bereavement list. He has not explained to anyone, nor has there been an explanation forthcoming from the Dodgers. The only thing Don Mattingly said is that Clayton will talk about it when he comes back. And, of course, when he comes back to play, it would be Friday night in San Francisco. But Hanley is back. He is not in the starting lineup, but it remains to be seen just how and when the Dodgers play him. Game 1 of a 3-game series, the Dodgers beat the Colorado Rockies 10 of 18 last year. They come here with a brand new manager, Walt Weiss, who for many years was the shortstop for the Oakland A's. In fact, he was a class #1 pick. And he was in the starting lineup that memorable night in the World Series when Kirk Gibson hit the home run. Walt was the shortstop and went a forgettable 0 for 4. Let's take a look now at his lineup, which is tied for first place with Arizona. Dexter Fowler opens up in center field. Jordan Pacheco at first base. Todd Helton on the DL. Carlos Gonzalez in left field. Willen Rosario behind the plate. Michael Kadaya, the right fielder. Nolan Arenado will be at third base. Josh Rutledge at second. Jonathan Herrera at shortstop. Troy Tulowitzki made a somewhat awkward slide yesterday and hurt his shoulder in Arizona. So at least for tonight, Troy is a spectator. On the mound, as we mentioned earlier, Tyler Chatwood. For the Dodgers, they lead with Ted Lilly. And Lilly with rather remarkable numbers against Colorado. He is 10-2 lifetime. He has beaten the Rockies 6 straight. He is 4-0 here at Dodger Stadium. However, remember, he's only had 1 game under his belt, plus 1 minor league rehab game. And it will be interesting to see. He's coming off 5 innings against the Mets, where he allowed just 1 earned run. For Colorado, a ball club that is struggling for the moment. They were bruised and kicked around in Arizona. They lost 3 out of 4 over there. They come in here having lost 2 straight, 6 of the last 8. Of course, that's a far cry as we take a look now at the Dodgers defensively. Gonzalez, Schumacher, Sellers, and Cruz, Crawford, Kemp, and Ethier. A.J. Ellis behind the plate. For the Rockies, this has to be a much better ball club led by Dexter Fowler. They've won 15 games this year. Last year, and Walt Weiss wasn't there to suffer, but last year, the Rockies lost 98 games and finished up 30 games behind the Giants. So it was somewhat of a surprise to see the Rockies get off the mark such a great way. Dexter Fowler, to give you an idea, has been in the big leagues 5 years, and over the 5-year period, he hit a total of 7 home runs in the month of April. He has hit 7 in April this year and takes a strike, and we're underway. So Fowler, a daddy long-leg center fielder and a good one, checking in. He was 1 for 4 yesterday, hitting in the 260s against left-hand pitching. Lilly into the windup, flips a big breaking ball, but it stays up, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Nice evening. Temperature is 69 degrees. Hardly a ripple to move the flags in center field. Fowler waiting. Lilly into the windup from the third base side of the rubber, and the next pitch is a little low. Ball 2, 2-1 the count. Dexter Fowler had a 2-out, 2-run double to tie the game against Atlanta. That was one of the high points of the month of April for him. This time he lifts one foul off to the right and out of play. So Fowler, who's out of Alpharetta, Georgia, all of his 7 home runs have been hit against right-hand pitching. By the way, one note, certainly, the Rockies are very, very aggressive under Walt Weiss. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and it is swung on and fouled away. For instance, Fowler gets the green light 2-0 a lot of times. In fact, 11 times they've let him rip 2-0. And throughout the lineup, you see where Walt Weiss has green lighted a lot of hitters 2-0 and 3-0, and so far it's paid off. 2-2 pitch coming up to Dexter Fowler. Fastball hit in the air to left center pretty deep. Kemp watching this ball head for the seats, and it is gone. So Dexter Fowler hits his 8th home run in the month of April. And just like that, the Rockies are on the board. So turnabout is fair play. Remember yesterday, the Dodgers had Carl Crawford lead off with a home run. And tonight, they're bitten by the leadoff home run of Dexter Fowler. So that will bring up Jordan Pacheco. By the way, in talking about home runs, active pitchers, Mark Burley 306, Bartolo Colon 296, Ted Lilly now has given up 290. Of course, the all-timers, Jamie Moyer gave up 522. Robin Roberts 505. So Lilly is burned by the leadoff man, and now here's Pacheco, right-hand batter, 1-0 in favor of Colorado. And the pitch to Pacheco in for a strike, and that evens it up. Jordan Pacheco, he's out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, went to the university. He was a middle infielder over there, and he can catch, play first, play third. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Pacheco, big slow curveball, but it stays up. So Lilly gives up the home run to the leadoff man. One of the things Pacheco does, he walks usually more than he strikes out. He takes a look at a breaking ball in there. That evens it up 2-2. And he doesn't strike out very much. Todd Helton, who was on the DL with a strained forearm, unable to play. 2-2 to Pacheco. Into the windup goes Lilly. Left-handed delivers, breaking ball, and it's fouled away. 2-2. Jordan Pacheco, 6'1", 190, 27 years old, went to the University of New Mexico. Gives you a nice strike zone at 6-1. Here comes Lilly. The left-hander's fastball is foul back. It's not that Lilly throws so fast or hard, however you want to put it. You get a lot of slow stuff, and then that fastball, which appears to be fast, comes up there at 87. Pacheco basically a line drive hitter. Jordan waiting. Into the windup goes Lilly, back with another fastball hit to right field. Ethier comes over and has to trap it, keeps the ball in front of him, and it's a single to right field for Jordan Pacheco.
Batting next, left fielder number 5, Carlos Gonzalez.
So a home run followed by a single with a high fastball, and Pacheco just stayed up there and knocked it the other way. And now Cargo, as they call him, Carlos Gonzalez. Carlos Gonzalez, who signed 2 years ago, he signed a 7-year deal. He's had Gold Gloves 2010 and last year as well. Left-hand hitter, multi-talented ball player. Lilly goes to first, and Pacheco back on the bag. 1-0 in favor of the Rockies. Remember, the Dodgers beat them 7 out of 9 here last year. And tonight, home run led off by Dexter Fowler, and they have the lead. The pitch to Cargo is in for a strike, and they count 0-1. So Lilly facing one tough hombre in Gonzalez. He hit for the cycle 2 years ago. 0-1 to count from Maracaibo in Venezuela. Here's the strike one pitch on the way. Lilly very deliberate now with a fastball, and that's drilled into right center over the head of Kemp, bouncing to the wall. Coming to third is Pacheco, and they'll hold him on a booming double by Carlos Gonzalez. So now Lilly's in danger of being hit for the cycle. He has given up a single, a double, and a home run here in the first inning. Nobody out, and the batter will be Willen Rosario. Kemp never had a chance except to run the ball down. Easily going to third was Pacheco, and they stopped him. Nobody out. So Willen Rosario, the catcher, coming up. 7 doubles for Carlos Gonzalez. One of the things that happens for Rosario, he is averaging an RBI about every 5 at-bats, hitting .329, 6 home runs, 16 runs batted in. He's from the Dominican Republic. Here comes Lilly with a fastball fouled away, and the count 0-1. Rosario doesn't walk very often. Walks about, well, less than 3% of the time. With 16 RBIs, He's second highest among major league catchers. He has Pacheco at third, Gonzalez at second, nobody out, and 1-0 Colorado. Here comes Lilly, and the fastball is lifted to deep right center. Back goes Ethier looking, and this one is gone. So for Ted Lilly, what a first inning. 2 home runs, a single and a double, and the Rockies have exploded to take a 4-0 lead. So Ted got by 5 strong innings against the New York Mets, but not tonight. So the Dodgers find themselves in a considerable hole. 4 runs in, nobody out, and that was another fastball up. So he's been burned twice upstairs. And now the batter will be Mike Kadaya, a right-hand hitter. It's a very aggressive Colorado ball club. That was the report we had on them before they got here. And Kadaya, the right-hand hitter, takes an off-speed pitch, and that misses. Kadaya, back in 2009, hit for the cycle against Minnesota. Right-hand batter swings, hits one down the right field line, foul, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Kadaya with 17 runs batted in and 4 home runs. Out of Norfolk, Virginia, lives in Chesapeake, Virginia. The next pitch to him is in for a strike. When Kadaya was in Minnesota, he always wore number 5 in honor of Harmon Killebrew. Right-hand batter takes very high. So Lilly is struggling, to say the least. 2 home runs, single, double, nobody out. He's made 21 pitches. So young Tyler Chatwood has a 4-run cushion already. And the 2-2 pitch is swung on. High fly ball to center, carrying pretty deep. To the track goes Kemp to make the catch. So Kadire, a long fly ball out. 1 away. And the batter now is Nolan Arenado. You know, baseball is a great game. And what are the odds of 2 high school kids playing against each other here at Dodger Stadium? And now they arrive here together as teammates for a major league team. Well, that's the story with Nolan Arenado and the pitcher Tyler Chatwood. Arenado, right-hand hitter, ground ball to the left of short, smothered there by Sellers to throw him out. And Lilly is very fortunate he got a second out. 2 down on a fine play by Sellers. And the batter now will be Josh Rutledge. Just to finish up on Arenado, he went to El Toro High School. Tyler Chatwood played against him here with East Valley High School. Arenado's club El Toro won that game, and now here they are in the same game playing against the Dodgers. Josh Rutledge with his club leading 4-0. Rutledge hitting just .200, 3 home runs, 7 runs batted in. He's an Alabama boy. Slices one in the air down the right field line. Ethier coming to pick it off on the dead run. So the Rockies explode. Home runs by Fowler, Rosario, single Pacheco, double Gonzalez. They lead 4-0. We go to the bottom of the first inning, 4-0 Colorado. Here is Don Mattingly's club. Carl Crawford leads off in left field. A.J. Ellis, the catcher. Adrian Gonzalez at first base. And Matt Kemp hits cleanup in center field. Andre Ethier in right. Skip Schumacher at second. Luis Cruz at third. Justin Sellers, who bailed out Lilly with a great play, he's at short. And Ted Lilly on the mound. On the mound for the Rockies, he is 23 years old. He won't be 24 till the middle of December. His name is Tyler Chatwood, born in Fontana and lives in Redlands. The right-hander ready to make a pitch to Crawford, who grounds it to third. And on the first pitch, Arenado throws him out. So Crawford at the first pitch for a home run yesterday. Taps to third, one down. Here are the Rockies defensively. Pacheco and Rutledge, Herrera, Arenado, Gonzalez, Fowler, and Kadire, Rosario, and Chatwood. The batter now coming up will be A.J. Ellis. When you look at the record, Tyler Chatwood, 2-2 lifetime. No record this year. One reason, the Rockies rarely score him runs. The Rockies have scored 0 to 2 runs in 42% of his career starts. So unaccustomed as he is to a 4-0 lead, he gets a strike to Ellis. On deck, Adrian Gonzalez. Now the strike one pitch on the way, and A.J. holds up. It's low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ellis hitting .277 with a home run, 8 runs batted in. Chatwood works quickly, comes right back with a fastball sliced into right field. Back and over is Kadire to make the catch. So we have 2 down in the first inning, and Adrian Gonzalez coming up. The Dodgers have been winning a bit of late. You know, they've won 5 of 7, but a cautionary note. Against right-hand pitching, Don Mattingly's ball club is hitting .229. That's all. .229 against right-handed. The Rockies load up the right side now on Adrian Gonzalez, hitting .337. 2 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Tyler Chatwood had the Tommy John surgery when he was 2006, so a few years ago, and he works off the plate ball 1. So he was only about 17 years old. 1 ball and no strikes. Chatwood turns, ready, and comes back 1-0, and Adrian takes off the plate ball 2. Chatwood committed to a baseball scholarship to UCLA. Then eventually was drafted by the Angels in 2008. He was the Angels minor league pitcher of the year 2 years later. Fastball hit foul down the left field line, out of play. That was a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. The Angels, they chose Tyler in the 74th overall pick. He was the first choice the Angels had in the draft. They had sacrificed their first-round pick when they signed Corey Hunter from the Twins. The pitch to Adrian misses, and we have a 3-1 count. So Gonzalez with Kemp hitting back of him. It's 4-0 Colorado in the first inning. Tyler ready, right-handed delivers, shot up the middle, slowed down by the mound. Picking it up easily is Rutledge to throw him out. So Gonzalez hits the side of the mound. That took the steam off it. 1-2-3 inning. And at the end of 1, 4-0 Colorado. lead 4-0. Ted ready to work now on Jonathan Herrera, who's playing for Troy Tulowitzki, and takes a big rip and comes up empty in the count 0-1. Ted Lilly is 37 years old. He's been pitching as a professional since 1996. And the strike one pitch off speed in the dirt. So he has certainly had his share of the ups and the downs. He won as many as 17 games for the Cubs a few years ago. That's been his career high. Jonathan Herrera hitting .308. Very handy guy to have around. He's from Venezuela. The next pitch hit off the end of the stick down to Sellers. Justin gets rid of it in a hurry and takes care of him. So we have one away here in the second inning. We mentioned a few minutes ago that Hanley Ramirez has been reinstated. He is in the dugout in uniform, which reminds us tomorrow night is Hanley Ramirez bobblehead night. We expect a large crowd, not a sellout at the moment. However, if you are planning to come tomorrow night, the auto gates will open at 4:40. One away, and a big slow breaking ball for a strike to Tyler Chatwood. Chatwood followed by the leadoff man Dexter Fowler. Ted Lilly comes right back with a good breaking ball in for a strike. 0-2 the count. The outfield plays Chatwood respectfully. And the strike two pitch coming up. Ted deals fastball. It's promptly banged off the glove of a dime Schumacher and retrieved by Sellers. An no ball 2-strike fastball, and Chatwood singles. Nice, great effort by Schumacher, but he couldn't come up with it. Chatwood is 2 for 3 now as a hitter. So the single by Chatwood, and that will bring up Dexter Fowler, who had his 5th career leadoff home run in the first inning. Lilly out of his stretch, looks over at first, comes to his hitter, and a big swing and a miss. Fowler hits his 8th home run in the month, hitting .303. I will say for Colorado, they have been very patient with Fowler, and it looks like it's going to really pay off. He's late on a pitch and fouls it back. They have expected Dexter Fowler to do some fine things. He is a fine center fielder. He's good enough to move Carlos Gonzalez over to left field, and he covers a tremendous amount of ground. He's 6'4", about 185, but they've been waiting for him to hit, and this might be the year. Now the strike two pitch on the way, and that's low. He hit .237 when they sent him out to Colorado Springs. Brought him back. He was hitting .266. And then last year, voila, he hit .300. And he's off to what looks like an even better year this year. The 1-2 pitch to Dexter. Swung on and missed, and down he goes. So Lilly gets his 2nd strikeout. Yeah, make it the first one. And the batter will be Jordan Pacheco, who singled to right field in the first inning. Rockies 4, Dodgers nothing. If you joined us late, Fowler led off the game with a home run. Pacheco singled to right. Gonzalez doubled to right center. Rosario then hit a 3-run home run, and it was 4-0 Colorado. Left-hander Lilly's first pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes the count. Pacheco is struggling against left-handers and doing very well against right-handers. Hitting .450 against right-hand pitching. Fastball, he's late, fouls it away. Struggling at .211 against left-hand pitching. He's had a good road trip so far. Coming into this game, he was 6 for 12 in Arizona, and now he's 7 for 13. Jordan Pacheco. Lilly out of his stretch. They're not going to hold Chatwood. Gonzalez in front of him. Big slow breaking ball, but that's up. Pacheco has 5 multi-hit games in his last 6 starts. So he comes up here red hot and then had a base hit first time up. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Rockies, nothing across for the Dodgers. Lilly out of a stretch. The 2-1 pitch, and that's high with the fastball. Ball 3. So Ted Lilly, who insisted he was ready and turned in after 1 rehab assignment, a strong 5 innings against the Mets, but he was whirled around on his shield in the first inning tonight. Now the 3-1 pitch to Pacheco is taken for a strike. 3-2. So 2 down. Chatwood will be going on the pitch from first. Gonzalez off the bag and behind the runner. 3-2 to Jordan Pacheco. Here comes Lilly. There goes Chatwood. The pitch is inside. Ball 4. Tried to get the inside corner and couldn't do it. So now more trouble and a head shaking moment for Don Mattingly as Carlos Gonzalez comes up. Carlos Gonzalez, Cargo as they call him, and they love him in Denver, and well they should. 2 on, 2 out, 4-0 Colorado. Lilly out of his stretch. A look at the runners, Chatwood and Pacheco. Gonzalez meanwhile takes a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 to Carlos. He's 27. He'll be 28 the middle of October. From Maracaibo. 6'1", 210. 0-1 the count. Batting .297, 4 home runs, and he taps it foul, trying to pull a breaking ball away. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Gonzalez is one of 3 National League players to have hit at least 70 home runs, 60 stolen bases in the last 3 years. He joins Ryan Braun and Matt Kemp. However, Gonzalez played more than 100 fewer games than the other 2. Strike 2 pitch coming up. Ted Lilly delivers, and it's low and away. Ball 1. Of course, you can point out the fact, and it's understandable that you would, that the hitter who plays half the year in Colorado has quite an advantage. Carlos waiting. His mom in the insurance business and his dad an auto mechanic. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Lilly checks, ready, here he comes, and it's tapped up along third. They're going to have to let it roll, and it's going to stay on the grass for an infield single. So Gonzalez with a double and now a gift up along third. He's 2 for 2. And to complicate matters for Ted Lilly, the bases are loaded for Willen Rosario. For Don Mattingly, a troubled look on his face for sure. No one throwing yet. It's a little early to get the Dodger bullpen up. 2nd inning. So Lilly has to dig his way out of a hole. You have Chatwood at third, Pacheco at second, and Gonzalez at first. 2 out, 4-0 Colorado, and the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Rosario, 5'11", 200-pounder. Last year as a rookie, he was number 1. He had 28 home runs. He wanted to be a pitcher when he was a kid, but they told him, you're too small. He hits a ground ball to third. The play will go to first, and Lilly is out of the jam. No runs, 2 hits, 3 left at the end of an inning and a half. Rockies 4, Dodgers nothing. Nothing, bottom of the second. A reminder, Tuesday, May 7th, Dodgers and Diamondbacks at 7:10, and the first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Dodgers whole new blue themed t-shirt presented by Las Vegas. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Well, the Dodgers got pushed around in the first inning, so young Tyler Chatwood has a nice, comfortable cushion to lean on, and he retired the side in order in the first inning. Chatwood, signed by the Angels in the second round out of high school, made it to the Angels 2 years ago, and he wound up 6-11. He was dealt to Colorado in the deal that sent Chris Iannetta, the catcher, down to Anaheim. Dodgers will have Matt Kemp, followed by Andre Ethier, and then Skip Schumacher. Checking a number on the Rockies to give you some kind of an insight into how this club is changing. Kemp takes a strike. They've made 15 errors. The opposition has made 16. Dodgers have made 18 errors. Well, here's the point for Walt Weiss and company. The strike one pitch low. Last year, the Rockies committed more errors than any other team in the big league. This year, they've made fewer than the Dodgers. Washington right now has made 23. Arizona, however, has made only 6. 1-1 fouled off, 1-2 the count to Matt Kemp. And for the Dodgers, the opponents certainly have not made it easy. While the Dodgers have made 18 errors, the opposition against the Dodgers has made only 5. 1-2 the count to Matt Kemp. Chatwood, both feet on the rubber, turns ready in the right-handed deals, and it's foul to the screen. In looking at Chatwood's performance so far this year, he's been hit relatively hard in the first 2 pitches in the count. First pitch 347. Then when he gets into the 1-0 or 0-1, he's been pushed around, but now he has it 1-2. Kemp waits, and the 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled away again. That was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Another thing about Tyler Chatwood, he has been hit early in the pitch count. First 25 pitches, the opposition is hitting better than 350 against him. Well, he's only made 14 pitches thus far. 1-2 to Matt Kemp. And he has a look at ball 2. 2-2 the count. Matt trying to get something started. He has 1 home run, 10 runs batted in, and hitting .261. He has Andre Ethier hitting back of him. And the 2-2 pitch coming up. Swung on and fouled away again. So Kemp getting everything in the store. That was only 80 miles an hour. Tyler Chatwood, 6'1", 185. He'll be 24 the middle of December. Tyler saying no. Now the 2-2 pitch coming up. Fastball down and away. And he hit 96 on that low and away fastball. Basically, fastball, curveball, change, and he's added a cutter. The next pitch is grounded to third, waiting for the hop is Arenado, and throws him out. So Kemp taps to third. 4 in a row retired by Chatwood, and with 1 away, Andre Ethier coming up. Those who have seen a lot of baseball and looking at Tyler Chatwood, they said because of his combination fastball curve, He reminds people of Roy Oswald, and of course Roy Oswald was a dandy pitcher. Chatwood with 1 out, 4 in a row retired, leading 4-0 in the second inning. Here is Ethier hitting .229. And ball 1. Andre back up. Chatwood into the windup. And the 1-0 pitch, and that's low, ball 2, 2-0. Ethier 0 for 3 yesterday. Hit his team leading 3rd home run in the 8th inning Saturday against Milwaukee. He did have one spurt of brilliance earlier in April. This time he's going to bang it all the way up the middle for the base hit. So a ground ball single into center field for Andre Ethier, and that will bring up Skip Schumacher. We were talking about Ethier, that brilliant spot, and that's going back from April 1 to 11. Remember, he had an 8-game hitting streak, and he hit a solid .310. So Ethier a base hit, and here is Schumacher playing for Mark Ellis. Nothing new to report on Ellis. He does certain things very well. They have not entertained the idea yet of putting him on the DL. So the pitch to Schumacher, line drive. It lines up into center for a base hit. Ethier stops at second. So with 1 out, back-to-back singles by Ethier and Schumacher, and that will bring up Luis Cruz. So one a ground ball, the other a line drive that exploded on the skin just to the left of second base. So Schumacher and Ethier are out there, and the batter is Luis Cruz. Cruz struggling, of course, trying to find the magic that he had last year, playing 70 some odd games. Struggle or no, his batting average has drifted below 100. So Schumacher at first, Ethier at second, 1 out. Dodgers trying to get back in the game. It's 4-0 Colorado. Chatwood a long look into Rosario. Now the young right-hander ready. Chatwood deals, and the pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Two fastballs, the 4-seamer up and the sinking 2-seamer down. A very, very good curveball. 1 ball, no strikes. Down and away, ball 2, 2-0. So Ethier a 1-out single to center. Schumacher a 1-out single to center. Justin Sellers waiting on deck, and a 1-1 count to Cruz. The pitch to Luis, fastball fouled away, and he got that up to 94. So when he threw the breaking ball, it was 78, and he comes right back 16 miles an hour faster with a fastball. You talk about trying to throw the timing of the hitter off. 1-2 the count. Chatwood at the belt. Here he comes. Fastball, line drive right into Chatworth's glove. They get the double play to double up Ethier at second base. So Cruz can't hit it much harder, but right at the pitcher for a double play, 1-6. Take another look on TV. Nice backhanded catch, and that was that. And at the end of 2, 4-0 Colorado. The Rockies lead the Dodgers 4-0. Troy Tulowitzki has a haircut, no mullet. And we go to the third, 4-0 in favor of the Rockies. Mike Kadaya starting off, fly to center, his first at bat. Foul back, 0-1. You know what OPS is? Well, if you're a Bill James advocate, you'd understand. It's the combination of on-base percentage and slugging percentage to combine what hitters do. 0-2 the count now to Mike Kadaya. So if you want to gauge Kadaya's ability to hit for average and power, you put them both together. Right now, he's hitting about .330. And he has 5 home runs. And that's going to be a broken bat blooper right into the glove of Schumacher, and we have one away. So you have an idea about Kadaya and his on-base percentage, etc. Here are the top guys. Bryce Harper, and remember Washington will be here on the 13th of May. Then you have Justin Upton, who's having a great start with Atlanta. Shin-Soo Choo is right behind him. And then you have 3 fellas wearing Rockies uniforms: Fowler, Kadaya, and Tulowitzki. When Tulowitzki can play, however, remains to be seen. He made a very awkward slide trying to score against Arizona and had his shoulder collide with the catcher's shin guards, and he came up second best. But look how nice he looks. No more mullet. Comebacker, and it gets away from Lilly, picked up by Sellers, and safely aboard is Arenado. So Lilly, annoyed at himself, felt that he should have handled that. That ball hit by Arenado, it's going to be an error. I think the Dodgers thought that maybe it was going to be a base hit, and it would be Arenado's first hit. So after the play, they tossed it to the dugout, but the scorer says no, it's an error. So I don't know whether Nolan wants to keep his first ball that was an error. So Lilly, very frustrated, slings the ball over towards the dugout. Arenado diving back on the bag. Nolan Arenado lives in Lake Forest down in Orange County. Went to El Toro High School. He was the #1 prospect in the Colorado organization, and he's playing tonight. That flipped in for a strike. 0-1 the count to Josh Rutledge. (4-0) in favor of Colorado. They did it all in the first inning. 0-1. Lilly very deliberate. Curveball and an 0-2 count. Ted made 47 pitches in the first 2 innings. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 2 hits, and an error for the Dodgers. Gonzalez holding Arenado. Another curveball hit in the air to center. Kemp going back to the track, makes the catch. So Rutledge a long out to center. Arenado back to the bag, and the hitter will be Jonathan Herrera. So 2 out. Herrera grounded to short in the second inning. So Jonathan 0 for 1. They're not going to hold Arenado. Gonzalez comes off the bag, and the pitch at the plate, sliced foul down the right field line, out of play. Jonathan Herrera in the minor leagues really impressed Troy Tulowitzki. So it was Tulowitzki who had a lot of good words for him with the Rockies, and here he is. They met each other in Modesto. They played a full season together in Double-A. Breaking ball, slow roller on the chalk, and goes foul. Oh, and 2, and Herrera has to walk back, having just missed. The Rockies were fortunate. They got a squib single in the second inning on a ball hit up along third by Carlos Gonzalez. Herrera, they tell me, in Maracaibo was a very good student, but he left high school without finishing. His parents reluctantly supported the idea that he'd go play baseball, and it worked. But it really was a boom or bust urgency. I mean, it wasn't like he went out for a huge bonus. Anything but. 0-2 to Herrera. And he strokes it into left field for a base hit. No balls and 2 strikes. So Lilly is not really fooling people. He did strike out Fowler. And now Chatwood will be coming up. Chatwood singled up the middle off Schumacher's glove in the second inning. Anxious moment again for Don Mattingly. Down 4-0 in the third inning. Fastball driving Chatwood off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. Rockies really trying to improve. Remember, they lost 98 games last year. They finished 30 games behind the Giants. 2-0. So a new man at the helm, some new faces, some new blood, and a totally different attitude. And this, of course, game 1 of 18 between the two. 2-0 the count. That's a high strike. 2-1. The Dodgers have been pretty sporadic. The first 2 weeks they won 7 of 11. The next week they lost 6 in a row. This last week they've won 5 of 7. 2-1. Fastball hit up the middle, base hit. So here comes Arenado, and then they're going to stop him on that strong throw by Kemp. So Chatwood is 2 for 2 as he singles to center. Bases loaded, and the leadoff man Dexter Fowler coming up. Kemp charging, and they wisely figured we'll hold as Gonzalez cut it off. And let's see, Rick Honeycutt has gone out. I think they want to make sure that Lilly is okay. Remember the ball on which he committed an error? Sue Falsone, the Dodger trainer, is out there asking him, are you all right? Because Lilly acted angry, but even angrier than you would on an error. Almost as if you're angry at the fates. So they want to make sure. Ted trying to reassure her and Rick Honeycutt. A couple of no's to Honeycutt's questions. Dexter Fowler with a home run and a strikeout coming up with the bases loaded and 2 out. And Sue Falsone and Rick Honeycutt assured that Lilly feels okay. Dexter Fowler homered in the first inning, his 5th career leadoff home run. He had a grand slam last year against San Diego. So it's standing room only now. Arenado, Herrera, and Chatwood. And that's in the dirt. Ball 1. Dexter Fowler, Daddy Longlegs, has the knack of hitting triples. Of course, he is playing in such a spacious outfield that if you can run and you hit to the gap, you've got a shot at triples. He had 11 triples last year and 15 triples the year before. Since World War II, the only player to reach 50 career triples faster than Fowler was Gary Templeton with the 1979 Cardinals. So Daddy Longlegs up there with the bases loaded, 2 out, 2 balls and no strikes. In the old days, they would call a player like that high pockets. 2-0. Just off the plate. Well, now no team is as aggressive as the Rockies have been on the 2-0 count and the 3-0 count. On deck, Jordan Pacheco, but don't take anything for granted here. 3-0. And missed inside, ball 4. So everybody moves up. Fowler gets his second run batted in. Chatwood to second, Herrera to third. Arenado brings it in. The Honeycutt on the phone. 5-0 Rockies, and we're only in the 3rd inning. Arenado gets 5s. So Lilly struggling, and now A.J. Ellis sent to the mound, I'm sure, to give somebody a little chance to warm up. Bases remain loaded, and you have Pacheco, who has singled and walked, coming up. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Josh Wall begins to loosen up. In fact, he hadn't thrown a ball yet. So he is, in the parlance of the trade, the long man. Pacheco trying to make Lilly the short man. And now, wait a minute, Honeycutt is going back out to the mound. Honeycutt went out to check on an injured pitcher when he went out with the trainer, Sue Falzone. Meanwhile, Josh Wall begins to warm up, and the plate umpire, Manny Gonzalez, goes to the mound. Manny Gonzalez, the umpire, is worth talking about. Manny was born in Caracas, Venezuela. He lives in Florida. He attended the University of Carabobo's engineering school, earned a scholarship to go to professional umpiring school, and here he is. Born in Venezuela. So welcome to the club. All right, here's Pacheco with the bases loaded, 5-0 favor of Colorado. And ball 1. Pacheco singled and walked. Jordan hitting .373. Under new management, and the Rockies have been a very aggressive hitting team. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball fouled and out of play. So 1-1 the count to Jordan Pacheco. So the Dodgers feeling pretty good after the great Clayton Kershaw game yesterday, but Don Mattingly and company brought down to earth tonight with a 4-run first inning for the Rockies. Pacheco is basically a contact hitter. Hard to strike him out. 1-1. That's a little low, ball 2. He does not have a grand slam. Pacheco came up 2 years ago. His strikeouts, 1 year 36, 1 year 48, 1 year 61. Bases loaded, 2 out, 5-0 Rockies. And another foul ball down the right field line, and that will go back into the stands. And the count 2-2. Jordan Pacheco, 27 years old, out of Albuquerque. Went to the University of New Mexico. He can catch for you, play first, play third. He really impressed Jim Tracy, the former manager, as a very good hitter. 2-2. And down he goes as Lilly finally gets off a good breaking ball to strike out a contact hitter with the bases loaded. But not before the Rockies get one and lead 5-0. Say, remember Mother's Day. You can give your mom the gift of Dodger baseball. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a tote bag, compliments of Murad skincare. And after the game, moms and their families invited to enjoy a walk around the park. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Well, for the Rockies, even though they're leading 5-0, they still have to feel a little frustrated. They left the bases loaded in the second inning, and they left the bases loaded in the third inning. So they could have broken things wide open for Walt Weiss. As it is, it's a very comfortable 5-0 lead. Tom Reynolds over there to talk to the skipper. Lilly has made 71 pitches, so Ted has really labored in his 3 innings. So the Dodgers trying to get in the game. Justin Sellers followed by Juan Uribe. So it looks like Lilly is out of there. Sellers, Uribe, and Crawford in that order. Josh Wall is not throwing in the pen. And the first pitch inside, ball 1. Sellers made a fine play on a ball hit by Arenado in the first inning. Justin takes a strike, and the count 1-1. Tyler Chatwood, the kid from Fontana. The 1-1 pitch in there. One and two the count to Justin. See you later. So Sellers strikes out. 1 down, and Uribe now coming up, and we will get some action. Wall is up now in the pen. So Juan Uribe will try to keep something going here. 1 out, third inning, 5-0 Rockies. In there for a strike, 0-1. So a very disappointing night for Ted Lilly as he goes back to the clubhouse. Strike one pitch is rolled up along first. Nice play by Pacheco. And just like that, 2 out in the 3rd inning. 5-0 Colorado. And the batter will be Carl Crawford.
Number 25, Carl Crawford.
Carl Crawford 0 for 1. For Tyler Chatwood, he's allowed back-to-back singles by Ethier and Schumacher, and that's it. And ball 1 to Crawford. Chatwood needed 1 break, and he got it. Back-to-back singles brought up Cruz in the 2nd inning, and Cruz hit a bullet up the middle, only it found Chatwood's glove, and he turned it into a double play. And that's been the big play for him indeed. Dodgers were pushed around by the Rockies a couple of times last year as Crawford fouls it back. In June at Coors Field, the Rockies beat the Dodgers 13-3, and later on in August beat them 10-0. It can happen, especially at Coors. 2-1 pitch on the way off the plate, ball 3. On deck, A.J. Ellis. Game 1 of the 3-game series. Jorge De La Rosa tomorrow night, and Crawford bangs this one into center for a base hit. Carl Crawford, a 2-out single to center. Interesting that he has scored in the leadoff role 25% of all the Dodger runs. So he has certainly done his job leading off. Dodgers coming into this game had scored 80, and he personally had scored 20. So Matt Kemp spraying a little stickum on the hands as he prepares for his at-bat. He's got several hitters ahead of him, however. And here's A.J. Ellis. Strike. So tomorrow night, Hyunjin Ryu will go up against Jorge De La Rosa, and then Josh Beckett will go up against Juan Nicasio. 0-1 the count. Ellis lays off a pitch up, 1-1. Crawford held on at first by Pacheco. 5-0 Rockies. High fastball inside. 2-1, and Rosario going out to talk to his young pitcher. Chatwood hit 92 on the gun with that. Rosario gesturing with his right hand. Easy, take it easy. The good ones always tell you to slow the game down. The young player usually speeds up his game out of frustration or anger or whatever. 2-1. Crawford bluffs, and it's ball 3. Dodgers have dug themselves a hole. The Rockies 5 runs, 8 hits. Dodgers no runs, 3 hits, 1 error. 3-1. Fastball hit to the hole, backhanded, staggering as Herrera, and they still get the force play. So a nice play by Jonathan Herrera. No runs, to hit a man left. And at the end of 3, 5-0 Rockies. Is brought to you by your Southern California Kia retailers. Visit mysocalkia.com. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by your SoCal Ram dealers. Visit ramtrucks.com. 5-0 in favor of Colorado. So Ted Lilly has to come out and Josh Wall will pick up. Josh is a big fella, 6'6", 220. He's only 26 years old, out of Walker, Louisiana. And he was a second-round pick about 8 years ago. So Josh picking up the pieces, trying to hold that Tiger, and he'll be faced with some Tigers right now. Carlos Gonzalez, Willen Rosario, and then Mike Cuddy. Gonzalez has doubled and singled. Rosario has a 3-run home run. Kadyr's 0 for 2. Ball 1. So was Lilly as strong and prepared as he said he was? Well, you know, baseball, you can still feel great and go out there and not have it. 1 ball and no strikes. Breaking ball drops in nicely. And of course, everyone remembers spring training when the Dodgers had 8 starting pitchers and all you heard was you never have enough pitching. And boy, did the Dodgers find out about that. 1-1 pitch, ball 2. So the Dodgers used 9 starting pitchers in the first 23 games. Chris Capuano sidelined right now, but he took some BP and actually stretched, and so he's getting a little closer to coming back. As Capuano and Mark Ellis shoulder to shoulder. Ellis just not quite ready when he's going to come back. There's Capuano in the bullpen earlier today. Not that they're going to rush him back. Foul ball, out of play. And also, Zach Greinke was playing catch, we understand. There he is. Of course, Greinke with the broken left collarbone can throw, but very gingerly. And the best report, you figure he's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks, then a rehab. I assume we're talking about the middle of July. 3-2 the count. High drive to dead center. Kemp, plenty of room. One out here in the 4th. Willen Rosario coming up. Rosario has the big blow. Fowler opened up the game with a home run. And then Pacheco singled to right and Gonzalez singled to right center. And with runners at second and third, Rosario hit the big home run. It got 3 in a hurry. It made it a 4-run inning, and they added 1 more in the second. Kind of waved at that pitch. 0-1. I know Chris Capuano taking in the action, looking at Willen Rosario, would remember in June of last year in Colorado, Rosario hit 2 home runs against him in the dirt. Rosario last year hit 28 home runs, and he has 7 so far this year. 5'11", 200-pounder, the catcher. Rarely walks. He's up there hacking. Last year he walked 25 times all year and drives this one into the gap in right center. Ethier trying to cut it off, and he can't do it. Rosario goes into second base with a double. So Rosario now has a 3-run home run and a double, and the batter will be Mike Kadire. Fastball up around the letters, and Rosario just goes up there and gets it. Rosario last year had 19 doubles, so he is still a young enough catcher. 27. He can run well. Ethier tried to cut it off, didn't make much difference. So the 1-out double, and here's Kadaya. Mike has 5 home runs. And the strike. Kadaya was signed originally by the Minnesota Twins out of high school. Huge bonus. He lost the hearing in his left ear at the age of 11. It was a rare viral infection. Of course, you'd never know that he cannot hear the left ear. In fact, when Mike was signing his first contract with the Twins, there was a line that said, if you had any hearing problems, and he checked no. Later on, he said, I didn't say anything else because it wasn't a problem. It isn't a problem. Passed up a scholarship to Florida State to go pro. And for Kadaya, trying to pick up Rosario, when he was graduating from high school, he was a National Honor Society member. The 2000 Topps picture card, you know, the baseball card, that should be a collector's item because they have it as Mike Kadaya, and it's the picture of Mike Restovich. Then they put Mike's picture on Restovich's card. Ball 3, 3-1. The thing about Kadaya, though, that the players really love, he's great with card tricks. He began doing sleight of hand when he was a kid and worked on his tricks, and he now got the nickname the Magician. 3-1. And ball 4. So nothing magical here. A 1-out double of Rosario. Now a walk to Kadaya. And here's Nolan Arenado, who was robbed of a hit by Sellers in the first inning. He is looking for his first major league hit. Sellers took it away from him. And then the last time he drilled the ball back to the box. It kicked away from Lilly. Lilly acted angrily as if he should have made the play. The Rockies thought it was going to go as a base hit, and they asked for the ball. And by the time they got the ball over to the Rocky dugout, they got the word, no, it was an error. So he's still looking for numero uno. In the dirt, nice block by AJ. So Rosario at second, Kadaya at first, 1 out in the 4th, 5-0 Colorado. Ted Lilly went 3, charged with the 5. Could have been worse. The Rockies left the bases loaded in the 2nd and in the 3rd. That's fouled away. So Ted went 3 innings, allowed 5 runs and 8 hits. Josh Wall trying to slow down the Avalanche. One and 1 to Nolan Arenado. Check swing foul. 2 years ago, when Arenado was in the minor leagues, he led all of minor league baseball. He had 122 runs batted in. He's up there now with 1 out, 2 on, and Rutledge hitting back of him. Ground, fair ball. The throw to second is not in time. That was a wonderful stop at third by Luis Cruz, and how he ever got the ball accurately to second, even that close. Now they want the ball. Now they're saying that's a base hit. So let's get Arenado the ball that he should have gotten earlier, and there it is. So for the boy from Lake Forest, it took a little while, and his first hit was almost an extra base hit. Great effort by Cruz. Too late at second, and there was no possible way he could have gotten Arenado. So here we go again. 3 straight innings, the Rockies have had the bases loaded. And with 1 out, here's Josh Rutledge, a strike, 0-1. Josh Rutledge from Cullman, Alabama. Went to the university. He's got Rosario at third, Kadire at second, Arenado at first. 0-1. Fastball hit into right field. So that will score Rosario, and they will hold up Kadire, and the bases are loaded again. It is 6-0 in favor of the Rockies. So Rutledge, a base hit to right, and everybody moves up 90 feet. So Rosario carries in the run. No one throwing in the Dodger bullpen. This is now the kind of a game where Josh Wall might have to take one for the club. They don't want to burn up a bullpen that has been used enough as is. Yesterday, the bullpen got the day off basically because of Clayton Kershaw, and Lee pitched the 9th inning. But the game before, there were 5 pitchers. The game before that, there were 5. The game before that, 5. So sometimes you find yourself in a spot that Josh Wall is in. You're going to just have to take your lumps rather than go to the pen. 6-0 in favor of Colorado, and we're only in the 4th inning. Jonathan Herrera, a switch hitter, batting left-handed, with Kadire, Arenado, and Rutledge out on the lines. Herrera does not have a grand slam. He slaps one to shallow left field, caught there, and the runners have to hold. So Carl Crawford, who was playing shallow, makes the catch, gets off the throw, and the runners hold. And it will be Chatwood coming up.
For the Rockies, pitcher, Tyler Chatwood.
Tyler Chatwood singled off Schumacher's glove in the 2nd inning, single to center in the 3rd. And ball 1. Chatwood and Arenado are teammates. Remember, we told you about how they played against each other in high school. And Chatwood got his first major league hit ahead of Arenado, and he's going to come up with his 3rd hit. That will not only score Kadire, the throw to the plate is way offline, and that brings in Arenado as well. And it is 8-0 Colorado. And this is one of those tough times for a manager. You just have to let the pitcher stay out there for a while. And for Chatwood, he is 3 for 3. He's putting on a show. And 2 runs batted in. So under the heading, into each life some rain must fall. It is pouring here at Dodger Stadium. 8-0 Colorado. Ball 1 to Dexter Fowler, who's making his 4th plate appearance, and we're only in the 4th inning. 8 runs, 12 hits for Colorado. No runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. 1-1. I guess Dexter Fowler told the Dodgers what kind of a night it was going to be when he walked up to the plate in the 1st inning, opening up the game, and hit a home run against Ted Lilly. 1-1. 2-1. both teams wish they were somewhere else. The Dodgers, being clobbered, wish they were on the road. The Rockies doing so well, they wish they were home. And ball 3. Three and 1 to Fowler. Rutledge and Chatwood out there, and that is ball 4 to load him up again. So they've had the bases loaded 4 times in the last 3 innings. Again, it's a spot where no manager wants to be in, but he has to let Wall fight his way out of it. And ball 1 to Pacheco. Fowler, Chatwood, and Rutledge out there. And there's ball 2. The Dodgers have only one hope. It is not an official game. We're only in the 4th inning. Two balls and no strikes. Pacheco singled, walked, and struck out. And ball 3. This is also a rather heartbreaking moment for a young pitcher like Josh Wall. Three and 0. And a high strike. 3 and 1. Two out, 4th inning, 8-0. 8 runs, 12 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. And a high drive into the gap in left center field. That one is going to go against the wall and bounce over the wall. So Pacheco has to stop at second base. They will also send Fowler back to third. And it's 10-0 Colorado. So Pacheco losing an RBI on that ground rule double. Fowler sent back to third, but the other two, Rutledge and Chatwood, come home. So Wall is being lathered now. He's given up 5 runs. Runners at second and third. And the batter is Carlos Gonzalez. And a strike. Cargo doubled, singled, fly to center. 10 runs, 13 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 3 hits. 1 error for the Dodgers. 0-2. Gonzalez hitting .301, 4 home runs, 12 runs batted in. Fowler at third, Pacheco at second, and 0-2 to Gonzalez. Ball 1. So Lilly charged with 5, Wall charged with 5, and it's 10-0 Colorado. Rockies came in here having lost 6 of the last 8. One ball and 2 strikes. Foul ball that almost got somebody. That protective railing in the Rockies dugout. They're all smile, so everything appears to be okay, but it was close. One ball, 2 strikes. First base open, and on deck, Willen Rosario. So Deuce is really wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. Too much. Breaking ball, but it's pulled foul. Still 2-2. Quick bat on a slow curve, and he pulled it. It was foul almost after it left his bat. And ball 3. So the Rockies had the bases loaded in the second, bases loaded in the third. Twice they've had the bases loaded in the fourth, and they're right on the edge of loading them again. 3-2. Breaking ball popped up, shallow right field. Going out is Schumacher, and there it is. Kind of a sarcastic cheer on the pop fly. So the Rockies hang a high 5 and lead 10-0. To nothing, and for the Dodgers, Adrian Gonzalez, then Matt Kemp, and Andre Ethier. When you talk about Adrian Gonzalez, you are talking about a thoroughly professional with the Gold Glove and the magical bat. This year hitting .337, on base .410, runners in scoring position, hitting a cool .455. But there's not much he can do leading off and down 10-0, but play his game. Meanwhile, Tyler Chatwood sitting on top of that 10-0 lead. He'll be facing Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ethier. Fastball strike. Gonzalez with 17 runs batted in. 2 home runs, looking for his 30th hit. They load up the right side. 1 ball and 1 strike. Interesting, they load up the right side. The left fielder is very deep. That's Carlos Gonzalez. Two and one. Time. Rosario saying, wait a minute, let me go over the signs again. Two and two the count. That was a 93-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside part of the plate. A lot of times Adrian will take that ball and go to left field with it. This time he tried to pull it and he came up empty. 2 and 2. Ground ball, position is everything. And that'll be that. Jonathan Herrera, the shortstop, makes the play on the other side of the bag. And the batter is Matt Kemp. Chatwood so far has done an excellent job. He's allowed a hit to Crawford, and then he's blanked Ellis, Gonzalez, and Kemp. Whoa. And Matt is hit. We can take a look at that again and see exactly where it hit him. Here it comes. Looks like it hit him high off the shoulder and skipped right across the side of the cheek. So certainly no intent in a game where you're winning 10-0. Chatwood gets one get away, and Kemp is hit by the pitch. Take another look. Wow, that's so fast. Knocked the helmet off. All right, Matt's okay. So here's Ethier, who singled to center in the second inning. And ball one. 10 runs, 13 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. And we're only in the bottom of the 4th. Fastball grounded into right field. Kemp is going to keep on going to third. The throw gets by the shortstop Herrera, but it's backed up by Arenado. So Ethier is single to right. Kemp goes to third. And with 1 out, the batter will be Schumacher. So Andre 2 for 2 tonight. For the Dodgers, a total of 4 hits. Schumacher singled in the second inning, so he's 1 for 1. Luis Cruz on deck. Rockies scored 4 in the first, 1 in the third, and 5 in the fourth. 0-1. Chad Wood hits 94 on the gun, so he throws hard. Matt Kemp thanking his lucky stars. 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, for Chatwood, he knows he's leading 10-0, but he also knows he has to go at least 5 innings as a starting pitcher to pick up the win. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and two. 93-mile-an-hour fastball in on the hands. Game 1 of the 3-game series. Tomorrow night and Wednesday night. Off speed change. Tomorrow night, Jorge De La Rosa and Hyunjin Ryan. Ryu with a record of 2-1. De La Rosa 2-2. And big overhand breaking ball. So after all those good fastballs, he strikes him out with a curve. Up there, down there. And here's Luis Cruz. That is only the second strikeout for Chatwood. One of the differences, and we've been talking about it earlier, about this Colorado ball club, starting pitching. Bouncer up the middle, Rutledge to the bag, and that's that. The starters are picking up victories. The starters are 11-5. Last year, the starters were in a bad way to go. It's 10-0, Colorado. Arizona today. Where do you think they're going to finish in the division? First, second, third, fourth, fifth? Well, tweet hashtag Rockies and then first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and tune in and we'll see the results. 10-0. It sounds like the game is being played in Colorado. The most outlandish game I think I ever saw, the Dodgers were in Colorado. And the Rockies, in the bottom of the 9th inning, pulled out the game. Final score, so help me, Rockies 16, Dodgers 15. Crowd loved it. Willen Rosario, the catcher, a strike. As the teams change sides, Chatwood said something. I'm sure he was apologizing to Matt Kemp, and Kemp gestured it's okay. No thought that he was throwing at anybody in a 10-0 game. Rosario hit a 3-run home run, grounded to third, doubled, and scored a run. And promptly whacks it off the glove of a diving Cruz. So that prevents a double and holds him to a single. So Rosario now has a single, a double, and a home run. Cruz doing a good job of knocking it down. Mike Kadire has flied to center, popped up and walked, scored a run, hitting .326. The magician Mandrake. Ball one. There was a Mandrake nickname. The New York Giants had an outfielder named Don Mueller, and they put the nickname Mandrake on him because he came up with so many timely base hits. Mike Kadire, the magician. Two balls and one strike. Josh Wall picking up for Ted Lilly. Ball 3, 3-1. Waiting on deck, Nolan Arenado, who is 1 for 3. And a drive to left. Crawford on the run makes the diving catch. Nice play by Carl, taking a hit away from Kadire. Holding is Rosario. And Arenado coming up. Carl able to grab it and hold on. So one away. It's hard to make good defensive plays when you've been blown out of the game. I mean, it's pretty hard to keep your concentration. Arenado, robbed of a hit by Sellers, reached on what the Rockies thought was a hit, but was an error charge to Lilly. And then finally, he got a base hit up along third in the 4th inning for his first major league hit. 1 year in the minors, he had 122 runs batted in. And he drives one to center over the wall. So he got his first major league hit. Now he gets his first major league home run, and doing it before some neighbors, friends, and relatives. Nolan Arenado. Boy, they are thrilled with him. The boy from Lake Forest, the #1 prospect. And they certainly give him a hero's treatment. Meanwhile, for Josh Wall, it's the other side of the coin. It's now 13-0 in favor of Colorado. There's no mercy rule. There's no one throwing in the Dodger bullpen either. So he ripped it. He's big enough. He's 6'1" and 210, and that one almost decapitated Wall. Take another look for the Nolan Arenado Marching and Chowder Society. His first big league home run over the center field wall. And I'm sure a lot of friends and family. Look at that grin. Can't believe it. So it's a tidy little game for Colorado. 12 runs on 16 hits. They've had 3 home runs by Fowler and Rosario and Arenado. Dodgers trying to console Josh Wall, one of those hang-in-theres. J.P. Howell is loosening up in the Dodger bullpen. Jonathan Herrera will be coming up. And now Don Mattingly going to the mound. Josh Wall might have actually hurt himself getting out of the way of that line drive hit by Rutledge. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 4th inning, I think they like to get Wall in the game. Let's take a look at that line drive. Breaking ball. He just got out of the way. Dropped to his left knee. Greg Harrell in the left-hand corner of the screen is talking to Josh, who has convinced him, no, I can stay in. And then if you want to hit for me, okay, bring in a fresh horse in the 5th inning. This horse is way down the road. 12 runs, 16 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Here's Herrera, who is 1 for 3. One ball and no strikes to Jonathan. Herrera has a distinction. He hasn't scored. Two and 0. Herrera batting .310 in there. 2-1. Ground ball foul. Rene Lachemann is in the first base coaching box. Marcel Lachemann was a famous pitching coach. Rene to turn the clock back when the Dodgers played in the Coliseum. He was the bat boy in 1959, 60, 61, and he was the bat boy here the first year when Dodger Stadium opened in 62. Rene Lachemann over at third. Stu Cole and Walt Weiss, the former Oakland shortstop, Colorado shortstop, running the club. 2-2 to Herrera. And down he goes. Let's take a look at a couple of other scores. The Cubs knocked off San Diego 5-3. Darwin Barney, a couple of doubles, couple of RBIs. Arizona and the Giants locked up 4-4. Arizona hit 3 home runs in the 4th inning. And Atlanta knocked off Washington 3-2. Strasburg pitched, and I heard briefly that he might have strained his arm. They're not quite sure, but that was the big story coming out of that Washington game. Steven Strasburg, questionable. Tyler Chatwood is 3 for 3. That's right. 3 for 3. Knocked in. Having a big night. 10 for 24 in his career. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The report about Strasburg, it said that his forearm tightened up. That's all we heard. Hope that's all. 1 and 2. Little nubber, A.J. Ellis. And so there it is, the 3rd out. 2 runs come over, and at the end, 4.5, 12-0, Colorado. Reminder, Saturday, May 11th, you can bring your dog with you to the game for Natural Balance's Bark in the Park. Purchase this package, receive a ticket in the Coca-Cola All-You-Can-Eat Pavilion, a goodie bag, and more. Purchase tickets at Dodgers.com/Bark in the Park. Couple of local kids having the time of their lives. Tyler Chatwood and Nolan Arenado. The Rockies 12 runs, 16 hits. The Dodgers no runs, 4 hits. Arenado hitting his first major league home run, and the way he swings the bat, it certainly will not be his last. He looks every inch a player. Justin Sellers will lead it off, and then Jerry Hairston will get Josh Wall out of there for a rest. So Jerry on deck. 1-1 the count to Sellers. Justin struck out in the 3rd inning, 0 for 1. De La Rosa and Ryu tomorrow night. Nicasio and Beckett on Wednesday night. 1-2 the count. 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Hanley Ramirez reactivated tonight. No idea, no word as to when he might play or make an appearance. 2-2. Well, he said he was going to shock everybody. Said he'd be back before the date in May. And here he is. 29th of April. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chatwood having made 61 pitches. Fastball, slow roller. Here comes Arenado. Good arm. So Sellers taps out, 1 away, and Jerry Hairston will be coming up. Uribe hit for Lilly, and Hairston will bat for Wall.
Your attention, please. The Dodgers, pitching for Wall, number 6, Jerry Hairston Jr.
So Jerry hitting 167. 6 hits to match his number and 2 runs batted in. Ball 1. Remember the Dodgers, we gave you the note at the start of the game. They're doing reasonably well considering injuries and everything else. 2.5 games behind Arizona and Colorado. But they're hitting as a team only .229 against right-hand pitching. Two and 0 to Jerry Hairston. And ball 3. Down the pipe, 3-1. It only took a minute, but after the 3rd out in the top of the 5th inning, Arenado, who had just hit his major league first home run, went to his position at 3rd. That's fouled. And Tim Wallach came over and had a little chat with him. And I'm sure Tim Wallach, no doubt, told him, you're going to hit a few home runs before you're through. By the way, I don't know if Arenado knows it or not. Tim Wallach had 260 home runs in his career as a 3rd baseman. And strike 3. So that's a frustrating at bat in this kind of a game to be caught looking. Carl Crawford coming up. In some ways, not if you're the pitcher, but in some ways the rest of the team, this is a thoroughly forgettable game. I mean, you can go home and get a pretty good night's sleep, not the pitcher. It's those games you lose by 1 run in the last inning or whatever. That's what takes a lot out of you. One ball and no strikes. Fouled away upstairs. 1-1. Crawford grounded to 3rd, single to center, and made a fine diving catch of the ball hit by Kadire in the top of the 5th. 1-1. Little roller. It will be a barehanded grab and throw. So Arenado can do it all over there. Down go the Dodgers, and at the end of 5, 12-0 Colorado. Colorado Rockies are in town. Are they ever? And Nancy B. Heffley in the background is playing that song from Unsinkable Molly Brown. Belly up to the bar, boys. Well, there's two more with the Rockies. Tomorrow and Wednesday nights. Dodgers then go up to San Francisco for the weekend and return. They'll play Arizona Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. After the off day, Miami and then Washington before the club goes out on the road to Atlanta and Milwaukee. Meanwhile, Jerry Hairston, who batted for Wall, stays in the game in left field. J.P. Howell will go in Crawford's spot. And we slip along into the sixth inning. Dexter Fowler, who led off the game with a home run, since then has struck out, walked twice. In the dirt. It could actually be worse. And you're saying no. Yes, it could. Remember, in the fourth inning, the double that bounced over the wall by Pacheco Fowler would have walked home. Instead, had to stop at third and didn't score. So it could easily be 13-0. For J.P. Howell, a chance to get in some work. Howell has been in 10 games. 1 win, no loss. Worked a total of 8 innings. One ball and 2 strikes. 2-2. JP, that stands for James Phillip. Out of Modesto, California, lives in Sacramento. Went to school, however, at the University of Texas. The Braves drafted him, but he opted to go to USC. Fouled away. Howell says when he was at SC, he was pretty immature. Grew up more at the University of Texas and led Texas in the College World Series final. That was back in 2004. Howell set a record 252 appearances with Tampa Bay, most by a left-hand pitcher in Rays history. Third among all Rays pitchers. Howell has been battle tested in 13 career postseason games. His earned run average is 3. And 17 strikeouts in 12 innings. Meanwhile, Dexter Fowler hitting .300, working against J.P. Howell. J.P. is an even 6, 190. He just turned 30. Ground ball to the right as Schumacher, a diving try, just pushes it into center field, and Fowler will hold on with his second hit, and he's been on base now 4 times, a home run, 2 walks, and a single. So an all-out effort by Schumacher, but to no avail. Just off the tips of the glove. So Fowler at first, and here's Pacheco. Singled, walked, struck out, doubled, a chopper to short. They'll get 1, a low throw. Schumacher had to go down to get it, so that took away any chance of a double play. One away, Carlos Gonzalez, the batter. 12 runs, 17 hits. for Colorado. Gonzalez doubled, had an infield single, fly to center, and popped up. And ball one. Cargo hitting .298. Missed again. Jorge De La Rosa, who pitches tomorrow night, is a very, very fine pitcher with an earned run average of 2.8. Little nubber. Howell gets one, and that's all. Sellers had to go down to get it, so no chance to return. So 2 force plays following the infield single, and the batter now Willen Rosario.
Batting next, catcher number 20, Willen Rosario.
Rosario hit a home run with 2 men aboard in the first inning. Then he grounded out, then he doubled, and then he singled. So he's having a big night, hitting .350. And ball one. Check swing. They're going to look. No swing, says Wally Bell. 2 balls and no strikes they count to Willen Rosario. We're in the 6th inning. 12-0 Colorado. And ball 3. The Dodgers with Lilly, then Wall, now Howell. Tyler Chatwood, so far so good for Colorado, leading 12-0. Three and two. We told you last year the Dodgers were able to handle the Rockies here. They beat them 7 out of 9. But if you go to Denver, it's another story. The Rockies beat the Dodgers 6 out of 9 in Colorado. The Rockies, however, have had some bad years at home, and they're hoping to really improve. Runner going, drive to left, hooking down the line, and going foul. Rockies, you would think, would do better at home. When Jim Leland had the club, they were 3 games under 500, 39-42. That was the first losing season ever at Coors. Then 2 years ago, they were 5 games under 500 at home. And then last year was their worst home record in the team's 20-year history. They were 35-46 last year. They have started off this year totally different style. They're 9-3 in Colorado. So for Walt Weiss, he is a very aggressive club. He's playing tonight without the services of Troy Tulowitzki. Todd Helton has been on the DL with a strained forearm. But boy, they've racked up 17 hits. That's a strike. Two on. Mike Kadire does not have a hit, and when your team has 17, you can imagine how he feels right now, never mind 12-0 score. Kadire hitting .322 tonight. Fly to center, popped up, walked, and lost a hit on the diving catch by Carl Crawford in the 5th inning. No balls and 2 strikes. Check swing on a breaking ball in the dirt. Did the umpire call him out? I believe so. Yep. The Kadire is called out on a check swing. The inning is over. No runs, a hit, a couple left. 12-0 Colorado. To nothing for the Dodgers. A.J. Ellis followed by Adrian Gonzalez and Matt Kemp. Tyler Chatwood, so far so good. He's made only 71 pitches. He has given up 4 hits, back-to-back singles by Ethier and Schumacher in the 2nd inning, and he gave up a single to Crawford in the 3rd and a base hit to Ethier. Plus the fact he is 3 for 4 with the bat. A.J. Ellis fly to right, hit into a force play, 0 for 2. Big breaking ball, but it stayed up at 74. Chatwood is making his 5th start against the Dodgers. He's 2-2 lifetime, 1-1 here at Dodger Stadium. That's a strike. 1-2. He's had 13 career starts in which he's tossed at least 6 innings. So here he is in the 6th inning right now. In those starts, he's 6-2. when he goes 6 innings, and that's what he's trying to do at least tonight. His team is 8-5. Tyler Chatwood. Foul ball. AJ hitting .269. Chatwood joined the Angels in 2008. He pitched for them in 2011. He was 6-11. That pop fly down the line. Foul ball. Pacheco going way down the line. Kadire coming over, but no play. One ball and 2 strikes. On deck, Gonzalez. That's to the screen. 2-2 the count. Fouled at the plate. That got a little bit of Willen Rosario. We mentioned at the very start of the game about Walt Weiss, the manager who had played for Oakland. #1 pick, shortstop. In fact, Walt was in the lineup in that World Series game 1988 when Kirk Gibson hit that magical home run. And Walt had pretty much retired. Meanwhile, that'll do it for AJ. But Walt was enjoying things like watching his kids. That was the moment when Gibby hit the home run in 1988. I don't imagine we'll see Walt Weiss in the picture, but we saw plenty of Gibby in the Dodgers. I'm not sure when Walt has been here much after that, but he was watching his kids grow up. He was coaching, taking the school's baseball team to the state title game last spring. He also worked as an offensive coordinator and a quarterback coach for the football team in the fall. And then last October, the phone rang. Ball 1. It was Dan O'Dowd, the general manager. Weiss had worked for him as a special assistant. And Dan wondered, want to put the uniform back on and manage the team. Walt had spent 14 years in the big leagues, and he was flattered. The more he thought about it, the more he decided, yeah, I'll take it. He began to envision what the job meant to be a manager. When he broke in under Tony La Russa, so Tony became his model. Meanwhile, Adrian will hold on with a long single. It would be embarrassing to be thrown out stretching when you're trailing 12-0. So 1 out, 6th inning. Adrian, a long single to go 1 for 3. And the batter is Matt Kemp. Now Kemp grounded to third in the 2nd inning and was almost hit in the head in the 4th. I believe he had one quick look at it. It might have grazed his shoulder and stroked the side of his face, and he just said, "I'm all right," to Willen Rosario. It's a hazard they all face. And then, as we told you, it appeared as if Chatwood apologized, and Kemp said that's okay. Ball 1. And no thought about an intentional knockdown when it was about 10-0. Just to finish up on Walt Weiss, just imagine his background. He broke into the big leagues with Tony La Russa as his manager, and he's finished his career playing for Bobby Cox, two of the best managers ever. That's a strike. So Walt sitting on top of a 12-0 lead. One ball and one strike. Matt hitting .258. Breaking ball. 1-2. Rockies scored 4 in the first, 1 in the third, 5 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth. One and two. Just did get a little of that, and so did Willen. He's jumping around. That hit him on the foot, I believe. Yep, right instep. One and two, one out, sixth inning. Gonzalez at first, 12-0 Rockies. And that's missed at the plate. Down to second base goes Adrian Gonzalez. So Kemp walks away, 2 down. And the batter is Andre Ethier. We'll check the scoring on that. Whether it's a strikeout on a wild pitch. And that's what it is. Andre Ethier, single to center, single to right. He is 2 for 2. Skip Schumacher hitting back of him. Trying to pick up Gonzalez at second base. Fastball hit upstairs. 0-1 the count. Andre hitting .247. 3 home runs, 9 RBIs. One ball and one strike. Dodgers made one change. Jerry Hairston is finishing up in left field for Carl Crawford. The Dodger pitchers have been Lilly, Wall, and Howell. One and one. Fouled away, 1-2. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Matt Guerrier begins to loosen up. Guerrier had a tough game against the Brewers, giving up 2 home runs, so he could use some extra work. 1-2. 2-2. Chatwood slowly making his way to 100 pitches. Schumacher waiting on deck. 2 out. Gonzalez at second. And a fly ball to shallow left field, but moving up for it to put it away is Carlos Gonzalez. And for the Dodgers, a base hit and nothing else. And at the end, it's 6. 12-0 Colorado. Dodgers 12-0, and Nolan Arenado will begin, and he had the thrill of his young life, hitting his first major league home run here at Dodger Stadium over the center field wall. All the folks from Lake Forest and El Toro High School cheering as Big Nolan goes back into the dugout and gets a hero's welcome. Arenado, the #1 prospect in the Colorado farm system, signed just 2009, and here he is. Strike. They told Arenado when he was in the minor leagues that they liked him playing with emotion, but he had to control the emotion. Dan O'Dowd said his maturity level still hadn't caught up with his ability level. But here he is now, feeling chipper and happy as he should be at 22. Ball one. Matt Guerrier becomes the 4th Dodger pitcher. Lilly, then Wall, then Howell, and now Matt. Two and two the count to Nolan Arenado. Ted Lilly started off tonight and gave up the leadoff home run to Dexter Fowler, and before the dust settled in the first inning, it was 4-0 Colorado, from which the Dodgers have never recovered. 2 and 2 to Nolan. Matt Guerrier, who was signed back in 1999. He'll be 35, facing the 22-year-old. He waited and waited. They talk about waiting on a pitch. Arenado waited till the very last second and was able to fight things off. Two and two to Nolan. And he slices one that'll wind up in Ethier's glove. So 1 out in the 7th inning.
For the Rockies, second baseman, Josh Rutledge.
Josh Rutledge coming up. Fly to right and center, single to right and center. Of course, you look at the score and you say 12-0. The Dodgers had no chance. You're not going far with nothing anyway. Dodgers have had one man get to third. Ball one. Two balls and no strikes. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the seventh, Schumacher, Cruz, and Sellers. Ground ball to Cruz. Luis gets it over there. So 2 down in the 7th inning, and the batter will be Jonathan Herrera.
First up, Jonathan Herrera.
Herrera starting tonight because Troy Tulowitzki hurt his shoulder sliding into home plate in Arizona. Tulowitzki was hitting .308. He had a half a dozen home runs and 22 runs batted in. Needless to say, they did not need Tulo's bat tonight. Herrera 1 for 4. Ryan Wheeler is out on deck. He would bat for Chatwood. Little chopper to Guerrier, and a 1-2-3 inning for Matt. So we're heading for the bottom of the 7th inning, 12-0 Colorado. Dodgers, bottom of the 7th inning. By the way, the Twitter poll question and the results coming up. Remember, the question had to do, where do you think the Rockies will finish? First, second, third, fourth, fifth. And some folks, 25% first, 29% third, 24% fifth, which this stage of the campaign is perfect voting because no one has the slightest idea. Couple of changes. Adam Ottavino is the new pitcher. Eric Young is in center field. Pacheco, Jordan Pacheco, who had been at first base, is now the catcher for Willen Rosario. And Ryan Wheeler is at first base. Ground ball to Rutledge, and he boots it. So an error charge. Schumacher is aboard. And the batter will be Luis Cruz. 12 runs, 17 hits, 1 error for the Rockies. No runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Adam Ottavino is the new pitcher. Adam is 6'5" and 230. He was born in Brooklyn. Originally a first-round pick by the Cardinals out of Northeastern University. One ball and 1 strike. He's throwing hard in the 90s. Growing up in Brooklyn, Ottavino was a Yankee fan. His mother was a Mets fan. Fastball, slider, curve, change, and let's see, did he hurt himself? Something happened on that last pitch. So Walt White's going out himself. Take the last pitch. Hey, he lost his balance, but not much else. At one time, Ottavino would raise his hands above his head as part of his delivery. Another time he tried to go with the sling delivery that he saw on television from Bob Gibson, and he would sometimes jump at the plate. So it was Dave Duncan, the famous pitching coach of the Cardinals, who reached out and suggested he just simplify his delivery. Well, let's see. I guess he has convinced everybody that he's okay. Okay, he's all right. Changes up on Luis Cruz, who has hit a line drive back at the pitcher Chatwood, who turned it into a double play in the 2nd inning and hit into a force play last time up. This time he whacks it down the line, but it's foul all the way. 1-2 to Luis Cruz. Bottom of the 7th, a runaway game in favor of the Rockies. One and two. And pop that foul behind the plate. Cruz 0 for 2. His average now at less than 100. Check swing, no swing. 2-2 to Cruz. Justin Sellers on deck. And then remember, Jerry Hairston batted for the pitcher and stayed in the game in left field. So Sellers on deck and Hairston getting ready. With 2 strikes, he couldn't afford to do anything but take a protective swing at that. So now he's seen the slider. And the fastball, and they go 3-2. In the Dodger bullpen, the pitcher spot is in the leadoff spot. So Paco Rodriguez begins to warm up. 3-2 count. They're not going to bother holding Schumacher. And the slider got him. And boy, did that thing have a sweep to it. A great pitch. 1 away. His name is Tyler Chatwood, and he put on a show. 6 innings, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts. No runs, and he had 3 hits as well. So Chatwood, a marvelous 6. And a line drive to left field and speared there by Carlos Gonzalez. So that's the second out. And Jerry Hairston coming up.
Left fielder, number 6, Jerry Hairston Jr.
Jerry Hairston came up as a pinch hitter in the 5th inning and struck out. Interesting to see who's coming out on deck. That's a strike. Yep. Hanley Ramirez just activated. So we'll get a chance to have an at bat. Of course, it might not happen in this inning. There are 2 outs. And a drive to left field and deep. Gonzalez to the track at the board. It's gone. So Jerry Hairston hits a 2-run home run. The Dodgers get on the board. And it's now 12-2 in favor of Colorado. But also what it means, we'll have a chance to see Hanley. So that's quite a role Hairston plays. He gets in the game as a pinch hitter and strikes out, stays in the game, and hits a home run. And Hanley Ramirez now checking in at the plate. Listen to the reaction.
Hanley Ramirez.
0-1 to out to Hanley. Ramirez, this would be his first at bat of the year. In his career, 298, 158 home runs. Dodgers would just settle for him to stay healthy. 0-2. Hurt his shoulder in winter ball, then hurt his thumb in the World Baseball Classic. Slider, 1-2. Tomorrow night, the Hanley Ramirez bobblehead doll. We understand, although they're expecting a good-sized crowd tomorrow night, it has not been called a sellout. The auto gates, however, will open at 4:40 and will be here on KCAL 9. Fastball got him looking. So down goes Ramirez. The Dodgers get 2, and we're heading to the 8th. 12-2 Colorado. A reminder, MLB.com at bat, the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Dodger baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and so much more. Text At Bat to 31826 or visit Dodgers.com for details. Paco Rodriguez becomes the 5th Dodger pitcher. Ted Lilly, Josh Wall, J.P. Howell, Matt Guerrier, and now Paco. Gary Hairston in left field, hitting a 2-run home run in the 7th inning after he had struck out as a pinch hitter in the 5th inning. Ottavino, the pitcher, will begin it. Adam will lead it off. Then it'll be Eric Young. Ottavino, who appeared as if he might have hurt himself, but convinced the management that he was okay and then stayed in and struck out Ramirez. Ball 1 to Ottavino. 6 feet 5, 230. One and one to count. He had been with the Cardinals, and the Rockies claimed him off waivers. 2-1. Two and two. Rockies got out in front early and stayed there. 4 in the first, 1 in the third, 5 in the fourth. So that time it was 10-0. Now 12-2. Ottavino goes down. 1 out here in the 8th inning. The batter now will be EY, Eric Young. Eric Young hitting .314. Switch hitter batting .333 right-handed, .304 left. Pretty good outfield. Gonzalez, Fowler, and Kadire. So no room for Eric, not at least to start. A little roller foul, 0-1 to count. Eric from Piscataway, New Jersey. Eric 5'10", 180. 1 ball and 1 strike. Eric, the son of Eric Young. Eric Young hit the first home run in Denver history when they were playing at Mile High Stadium. Just foul. 1-2 the count. Young signed with the Rockies. He had turned down a Villanova scholarship, attended junior college to focus on baseball. Although he says he doesn't try to model his game after his dad. 2-2. EY Jr. had a home run inside the park here in August against Chad Billingsley. In Denver, they've had at least 13 inside the park. Well, he's fooled on that one, down and away. So Rodriguez strikes out Ottavino. Now he nails Young. And the batter will be Jordan Pacheco.
Jordan Pacheco.
Pacheco started the game at first, finishing up behind the plate. Single to right and walked, struck out, doubled, hit into a force play. Hitting .370. Playing in place of Todd Helton at the start. Todd with a strained elbow on the DL. We're in the 8th, 12-2 in favor of Colorado. Two balls and no strikes. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have A.J. Ellis, Adrian Gonzalez, and Matt Kemp. 2-0. Game 1 of the 3-game series. A reminder, Jorge De La Rosa and Hyun-Jin Ryu, and then Wednesday night Juan Nicasio and Josh Beckett. 2-1. Ball 3. One of those nights at Dodger Stadium tonight. They all have them. They all have that wonderful game, and they also all have those dreadful games. Three and one. Ground ball to Sellers. So a nice easy inning for Paco. 1, 2, 3. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th. 12-2 Colorado. Box score for the Dodgers. We would just recommend you look at the number 9 slot. Jerry Hairston hit a 2-run home run, and that's about it. Dodgers otherwise had one man get to third base, and that was Kemp in the 4th inning. So the Dodgers here in the 8th, A.J. Ellis, Adrian Gonzalez, and then Matt Kemp. A.J. tonight flied to right, hit into a force play, and struck out. 2-0. And ball 3. Tyler Chatwood breezed through 6 innings. Had that big lead. Pitched as if he didn't need it. Ottavino gave up the 2 runs in the 7th inning. And a strike. 3-1. Ottavino is in his 9th game. Good ERA, 2.3. Lifted to right field. Moving in is Kadire. So Ellis a fly ball to right, 1 away here in the 8th inning. So 2 clubs meet tonight. The Rockies had lost 6 out of 8, and the Dodgers had won 5 of 7. Adrian Gonzalez grounded to second twice, single to left field. Actually might have even been a double, but his team was down 12-0 at the time, and he wasn't about to try and stretch. Right side loaded up. Arenado all alone between second and third. Way out in front off that off-speed breaking ball. 0-2. Adam Ottavino from Brooklyn, New York. Fastball foul back, and he brought that at 94. One and two. Ottavino wearing the 0. Quite a few players. Al Oliver wore 0. I think the first player I ever remember seeing it was a football player, Johnny Olszewski, who came up to the Pittsburgh Pirates a long time ago. The throw to first, they're going to get him anyway. So Gonzalez strikes out. 2 out in the 8th inning, and Matt Kemp coming up. Matt Kemp tonight grounded to third, hit by a pitch, and struck out. And a breaking ball for a strike. Jerry Hairston homered tonight. The Dodgers have homered 18 times. The Rockies have 35. 0-2. Bottom of the 8th, 12-2 in favor of Colorado. One and two. Throwing hard at 91. He's got that great slider. And a fastball stayed in. Still 1 and 2. That was 93. dropped at the plate, the tag, and Matt strikes out a second time. Dodgers go very quietly in the 8th inning, and at the end of 8, it's 12-2 Colorado. On Prime Ticket is brought to you by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. By Time Warner, enjoy all the things you love better. 1-855-1-TWC. And by 76, we're on the driver's side. The Dodgers and the Rockies coming close to ending a train wreck for the Dodgers. The Rockies 12 and the Dodgers 2. Tyler Chatwood, a local boy, 6 great innings. Willen Rosario had a huge night, and the young third baseman Nolan Arenado also had his first major league hit and his first major league home run. Now in the 9th inning, little interesting, the fact that Skip Schumacher will take over on the mound. It's the second time a career appearance for him as a pitcher in kind of a give-up game. It's the first time the Dodgers had a position player pitch since Mark Loretta. And Skip 1 ball and no strikes to Carlos Gonzalez. Nick Punto is playing second base. That's a strike. 1-1. Of course, the crowd thinks it's kind of funny. There is nothing funny standing on the mound 60 feet away from Carlos Gonzalez, and he promptly bangs one into center field. Here's the last pitch by Skip Schumacher. A little breaking ball. So the ground ball single. That's the 18th hit given up by Dodger pitching tonight. Ryan Wheeler. We were looking up Skip Schumacher's pitching record. He worked 1 inning 2 years ago for the Cardinals. Gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, a home run, and he was out of there. 2-1 the count to Ryan Wheeler. And Wheeler hits it in the air to left. Going back is Hairston to make the catch. Ryan Wheeler is a local boy from Torrance. He was drafted by the Diamondbacks out of Loyola Marymount. His mom went to UCLA, and his dad, both athletes. So Wheeler and out to left. Mike Kadire is on the outside looking in. His club has 18 hits, and he is without a hit. Fly ball to deep right. Ethier. So Kadire a fly ball. 2 out. Cargo at first, and the batter is Nolan Arenado. Arenado, another local boy, robbed of a hit by Sellers. Then there was an error by Lilly. Then he got a single, and then a major league home run. Ball 1. Schumacher getting 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Fouled away. 1-1. Dodgers are not holding Gonzalez. They're certainly not expecting Carlos to try and steal a base, leading 12-2. Nevertheless, Schumacher is still taking a look over there. And line drive, base hit to center for a base hit to put runners at first and second. We mentioned earlier it's no fun standing out there on the mound if you're not accustomed to it. And that line drive by Arenado came back at Schumacher's head. So he's given up 2 hits. He has 2 out. And Josh Rutledge coming up. "12 runs on 19 hits for the Rockies." If you didn't know and you saw it in the paper, you'd be sure this game was being played in Denver. Rutledge has flied to right and center, single to right and center, and grounded out. Josh hitting .211. Line foul down the line. That fastball was at 79. Two and two. That fastball was up to 88. Schumacher 1 for 3 tonight, playing second base. Now trying to do the club a big favor without burning up another pitcher. 3 and 2. Waiting on deck, Jonathan Herrera. Runners go. Ball 4. So Rutledge walks. Arenado goes to second. Gonzalez moves to third. And the switch hitting Jonathan Herrera. Herrera grounded to short, single to left, struck out, hit back to the box. 1 for 4. Make it 1 for 5. And ball 1. The crowd, I think, wants Manny Gonzalez to loosen up the strike zone. 2-0. Manny's doing his job no matter who it is pitching. They paid attendance tonight. 31,570. The majority of whom have long since gone home. So 3-1 the count. And a strike. Bases loaded, 2 out, 9th inning. 12-2 Rockies. Fouled away. So Gonzalez at third, Arenado at second, Rutledge at first. Meanwhile, Josh Beckett, other pitchers watching Schumacher, trying to get them out of an inning, stop burning up another pitcher. Lilly, Wall, Howell, Guerrier, and Rodriguez. And that will be that. So for Skip Schumacher, it was a struggle, but he got through it. And he saved a pitcher. And we go to the bottom of the ninth. 12-2 Colorado. The ninth inning, the Rockies lead the Dodgers 12-2. Wilson Lopez from León in Nicaragua will come in to try and wrap it up. He was originally signed by the Yankees out of Nicaragua, but he pitched sparingly before being released. Then he signed with the Padres and eventually winds up with the Rockies. He'll be 30 the middle of July. Andre Ethier will start him off. Ethier tonight 2 for 3. Single to center, single to right, fly to left. Ball 1. Lopez basically fastball, slider, and a changeup. That's in there. Ethier hitting .244, 3 home runs, 9 runs batted in. And that's going to be hit right at the second baseman, Josh Rutledge. So 1 away.
Pitcher number 3, Skip Schumacher.
Schumacher listed as the pitcher, of course, because Punto's at second base. Schumacher singled, struck out, reached on an error. Scored a run. He was aboard when Hairston hit the home run. That's a strike. Final score, the Giants beat the D-backs 6-4. Matt Cain gave up 3 runs early, home runs. The Giants came back, broke the tie, and won it. So the Giants knock off Arizona. Colorado will be in first place by itself. 1-1. One and two to Skip Schumacher with Luis Cruz on deck. Game 2 of the series, De La Rosa and Ryu tomorrow night. Nicasio and Beckett Wednesday night. And pretty good fastball puts him away at 93. So 2 out in the 9th inning. Luis Cruz lined into a double play, hit into a force play, and struck out. Ball 1. And a strike. 1-1 the count. 12 runs, 19 hits, 1 error for Colorado. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Fly ball to Eric Young ought to do it, and it does. So the Dodgers get blown out of the water tonight. Game 2 tomorrow night. And right now we'll invite you to stay tuned for Dodgers Live coming up next. Good night, everybody.